Good morning. Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. It is 6 a.m. Central Time for me in Minnesota, and it's so early, but I'm ready to get into it. There we go. I have my screen turned on over here too, so want to make sure that I can see everything on YouTube. But good morning. How is everybody? I'm ready to read so much, and I think that I have set some pretty unrealistic goals for myself, so that feels great. As you're jumping in, let me know what you are. Well, I would assume a lot of people are going to be in morning time if you're in the US, but if you're not in the US, then it's not morning. But go ahead and let me know what you're going to be reading this morning, what you're going to be kicking off with. I'm going to kick off with a Diet Coke before I get to any books, because I think that's going to be pretty necessary. So today we are doing 24-hour readathon sprints for HRCYED, or if you just want to read a whole bunch. Because for HRCYED, there is a challenge to do a 24-hour readathon and just read as much as you can in 24 hours. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just going to do my best. Technically, I think that there's an option to do either like start a timer and then stop a timer and read up to 24 hours, even if you take breaks. So like that could take days, but I'm doing starting the timer 6 a.m. today or whenever I begin reading, and as much as I can get done before that time tomorrow. That's how I'm gonna run it. So might be, I don't know if it's the same way that everyone else is doing it, but that's what I'm doing. For today, I kind of need some advice because I have a huge stack of books that I want to start with. But I also have a book that I started yesterday, the day before, that I'm like, should I finish that first? So the book that I'm in the middle of is Drunk in Love by Jasmine Guillory. I am barely halfway through. It's like a 330-page book, and I'm at page 160. I'm gonna use my new lasagna noodle bookmark because this is hilarious. This is the greatest idea for a bookmark I've ever seen. So I could finish this. It would probably take me a little bit. I have it on Libby and on audiobook, so it would go relatively quickly, but that's still a lot of pages to get done really, and I want to like get a couple under my belt really fast. Let's see. There's 6 hours and 30 minutes left of the book. I listen on almost 3 times speed, so it would take me about like 2.5 hours to get this one finished. So I could either start with finishing the Jasmine Guillory, or I could jump in to my pile for the day. This is my pile of 8 books. So I've got 2 comic books, graphic novels, but they're like super, super short. Both of these I got locally at Birchbark Books, which is an Indigenous-owned bookstore near me. So one of them is called Surviving the City, and it is the story of a couple of best friends and how they're navigating the challenges of growing up in like an urban landscape, and kind of how they're dealing with a couple of specific challenges. And then I've also got Indiginerds, which is tales of modern Indigenous life. And I'm kind of mad that you can't see on camera. I recorded something with this the other day, and it's really sparkly. Like the whole thing is glittery, which I love. So I have 2 little comic books to start with. I do have 2 like beefier graphic novels. The first one is called Persepolis by Marjane Satrapi. It is relatively short, but this one is a nonfiction graphic novel that is a memoir. So this is going to complete a couple of HRCYED prompts for me. Yay. And then I am trying a manga. I have tried exactly one manga before. It was one that my friend really loved, and it was fine. It wasn't a genre of book that I normally read. So it was fine. This is a romance. This is Fruits Basket. So this one's chunky, but it's a romance, so I can eat up a romance. I also really love that both Fruits Basket and Persepolis are the new thing that I'm seeing with like paperbacks that are slightly thicker, that have the little flap and they stick out a teeny bit from the pages, like it's not flush. I love that. So those are the first four, and then I have 4 novellas, all less than 200 pages. I have Convenience Store Woman by Sakaya Murata. I've got This Is How You Lose the Time War, because everyone is yelling about this book. I have Not So Straight Up by a local author to me. This is an like buy for buy, dual by awakening romance. And then I have Dengue Boy by Michelle Nieva. And this one is also a several HRCYED prompt book. So let me know in the comments what you think I should start with, because I am torn on like, do I work through this stack of things that I think I can get done really quickly, or do I go ahead and finish this up first? I don't know. I think that if I were to start with these, I would start with the comic books first and knock those out, because I think it would make me feel good about myself to start the day with 2 books finished and knocked out really quickly. So I'd give myself a confidence boost. I am going to get my skincare done as we're talking, as we go through some comments in the beginning here. All right. Let's see. Let's go up to the top. Elena is here. Good morning. How are you? Oh, I'm good. Perfect. You know a question I was going to ask immediately. Elena's going to be reading Fearless by Lauren Roberts. I don't know anything about this series, but I do remember that one of the books is like this, and one of the books is like this. Which one is that? Going to be making a cup of coffee and reading a book. Awesome. I just put lotion on my hands, and then I did scroll, so that's not good. I'm so happy to see you this morning. Thank you. And we also have a Lizzie here. Lizzie has a bagel and Dr. Pepper along with Fruits Basket too. Excellent. So yeah, tell me what to start with. And then yeah, a bagel does sound good. I kind of didn't think about food for myself. I may DoorDash, but DoorDash also may be really difficult because we had a huge snowstorm yesterday. So it's the snow is rough out there, you know. I don't think it's currently snowstorming anymore, but there's a lot of it for sure. So my breakfast right now is Diet Coke and Cheez-Its. Jen's here. Good morning. Jen's so excited and sprinting all day. I'm so excited you're going to be here, Jen. Done reading and off work this week, but need to do payroll and work on graphics for 2026 reading goals. You know, Jen, I need to also. It may not have escaped many of your notice that I have not posted like anything on socials this entire month. I still need to edit my NetGalley November wrap up, like recap video. So that is clearly going to be a tomorrow thing because today is for reading. But I love that. I'm so excited for you. Lizzie says, doing better than I thought. Just took a 90-minute nap and continuing Fruit Basket 2. Yes, so Lizzie started their 24-hour readathon at midnight EST. So yikes, honestly. But that, like, I thought about it and I was like, I can't start at midnight. I need to get some sleep before. I will admit that I didn't go to bed until midnight. So I did only get like 5 hours of sleep. So we'll see how long I last today. But yeah, Lizzie started right at midnight and then is going to be doing naps throughout, I suppose. I'm not a napper. I don't really take naps like ever. I will just fuel myself with so much caffeine and that will have to be enough for me. So Lena's so excited. Lizzie says Persepolis is so good but heavy. And I think I'm good with that. I don't plan on just like cruising through these as fast as I can. I think that defeats the point. So I will be like taking my time through them. I just I figured if I picked one giant book for the day, I just wouldn't feel great about it. You know what I mean? Like, I would feel a little, eh, okay, I read one book in my whole 24-hour day. So I wanted to pick some short ones so that I could, pad my sense of accomplishment a little bit. And it took me just under 3 hours to read Fruits Basket Volume 1 this morning. So yeah, I have confidence that I can get through it. I am going to start. What I forgot to do this morning is bring up my timer app. Do I even see it in here? Oh. There we go. We'll bring it up. But Jen says, I got the main page completed over the weekend working on individual graphics now, but did some quick calculations, which included HRCYED, and it's a strong delusional 19 books per month for 2026. Honestly, I don't see a problem. Despite that my average is also not 19 books a month. So I think that you're perfectly capable of that. You can do whatever you set your mind to, Jen. I will say, like, last year I attempted, my goal list was literally 183 books. And here's the thing, I'm not that far off. I'm at 153 right now. I'm gonna finish Drunk on Love. I'm gonna finish several of these today. I'm also, there's one more that I'm hoping to finish that's just like a super fluffy holiday romance. That's a NetGalley arc that I want to get done. So it's like, I hope to be above 160. My goal for the year was 125. But last year, like, getting myself a list of 183 books was kind of nonsense. Like, I shouldn't have done that. And so this year I'm doing my 26 and 26. And then I just recorded a Love It or LFL It challenge, like Love It or List It, of 12 books that have been in my physical TBR for too long, that if I don't read in 2026, I have to get rid of, even if I don't read them. They're all books that have survived unhauls. Like, I do want them around, and I don't know why I haven't read them. So gotta get that done. So, but making an actual, like, list of books that you want to read, more power to you. And I do love planning for HRCYED. I'm going to be working on designing happy planner, or like printed planner pages that people can use, because I love the idea of bullet journaling. It's not me. I can't set up those pages. So I'm going to make planner pages that are printable, because I want something physical, but I don't want to draw in a bullet journal. So I'm going to make printables for HRCYED 3, which I'm really excited about. He says, I have faith you can do it. HRCYED has boosted my books per month from 12-15 to 20 to 25. Yeah. Last year, I set my goal at 125. I hit 114 and was really happy with that. This year, I just set my goal at 125 again, and I'm at 153. And mostly that's because of readathons and setting reasonable monthly goals, and honestly, like, expanding my readership from just giant fantasy books to other things too. Like, I'm gonna read a nonfiction today. That's crazy. That's crazy for me. And Jen says, thanks for embracing my chaos. We got you. Jen says, I didn't read a lot of mystery thriller in 2025, which is my favorite, so I signed up for the 2026 mystery thriller bingo. All right. And I'm glad that that's your favorite. It's not my favorite, but I'm glad that you like it. All right. Let's see. I am going to set our timer sprints today. I think we're going to aim for 90-minute sprints. Let me know if that feels too long, too short, what have you. But I think we're going to set ourselves at 90 minutes. And I'm going to, I don't want a short break in the middle of them. I don't want to do any short break. Can I do no short break? No. It wants me to do like one time. There we go. I just want a session. And yes, there we go. Cool. We are going to be using Lo-Fi City, so I'm really excited. I'll share our screen there. Not a Chrome tab, a window. There we go. Oh, whoops. I need to make sure that I share sound as well for you all, because we're going to want to hear the sound of it. Yep. Got it. Cool. All right. There we go. And Jen says 90 minutes is perfect. Sweet. So we are going to be doing 90-minute sprints. If you guys want any background sounds, let me know. I can play some background ambient sounds. My favorites are rain and thunder. I can play some lo-fi music if you want, but I know a lot of people prefer to read in silence, so that's totally fine. We don't have to do those right now. We're going to keep it at morning time, and maybe let's go read by the window. Let's go reading. And then my little deer will read with us. So cool. All right, we are going to go ahead and start with our first sprint of the day. And I will see you guys in 90 minutes. All right. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Let's get myself situated here. There we go. All right. Hello, everybody. Let me know how that sprint went for you. Our first one of like so many today. And I'm already like, oh, I'm a little tired. I wish I could go back to sleep. See? Oh no. Way too early for that. There might need to be a nap, some sprint in here. I'm not a napper at all, but maybe. So that sprint, I started with my 2 comic books, and got both of those read. I literally just finished this one, so it's kind of perfect timing. But I loved them. This one is a very short comic, about 2 Indigenous teen girls. One of them like is really struggling at home and goes missing for one night, fell asleep on a park bench, and the other one is dealing kind of with the aftermath of the loss of her mother, who is missing, presumed murdered Indigenous woman, and her friend going missing for a night affects her deeply. So I really enjoyed this one a lot. And then the other one that I read is called Indigenerds, and this is an anthology of short comics from Indigenous authors. It's tales of modern Indigenous life. So the blending of Indigenous culture with modernity, with technology, with a lot of geeky, nerdy things, which is really cool. I really enjoyed this one a lot. It specifically focuses on joy, not trauma and pain. And I really liked all the different art styles because each comic is done by a different artist and author. So just really enjoyed this overall. Very happy with those. I got both of those at my local Indigenous owned bookstore that I went to yesterday, the day before, Saturday. I didn't go anywhere yesterday. It snowstormed. So I really liked those. They were great. I'm like taking notes. I'm not writing full reviews today, but I am taking like notes on things so that I can remember them. So 2 down, really short ones. I did decide I'm going to finish up Drunk in Love before doing other things today. So on the next sprint, I will pick this up. I'm almost halfway through. And I have this on audiobook too. So I could even fold some laundry, which would be cool. My husband would be happy about that. And then I also, I placed a DoorDash order for breakfast, but McDonald's does not open until 8, which means they're not open for mobile orders until 8:30. They opened at like, I don't know, they opened earlier, I'm sure, but for DoorDash, they don't open until 8, which means that I am scheduled to get my breakfast by 8:40, which is in 50 minutes. So order is scheduled, and we will see if any drivers pick it up. I did add like an extra tip just to incentivize a driver to pick it up. So we'll see. Let's check in here. With comments. Elena says hello to Jen. And Vanessa checked in. What's up? Good morning. Once again, YouTube doesn't think I'm subbed to anyone. That happens all the time lately, especially for me on Threads. Threads does not think that I am following anybody. And it's really annoying. So I don't like that. Real quick here. I just had work message me. So I have one of my coworkers is like taking over a meeting for me today. I'm on PTO. I don't have much going on. I'm not working. However, for my job, I'm in sales. We have an extremely large sale that is looking to close by Wednesday, like the biggest sale of the year, my biggest sale ever. So I was like, I'm on PTO except for this. So if they want to talk to me, I'll make myself available. So sometimes they might message me and I'm like, yeah. So we also have Hannah here this morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? What are you reading? What are you doing? Elena says, just made myself some hot chocolate with a little bit of French vanilla creamer. That sounds delightful. Coffee in general sounds really good. My husband took my car this morning. I have a vehicle with 4-wheel drive, huge snowstorm. His car wouldn't make it out of the driveway. So I can't actually go anywhere today until he gets home. But like going to the local coffee shop and getting one of their lattes sounds real good. And they're not on DoorDash. They're my local coffee shop place. So but that sounds great. Oh, Renee's here. Good morning, Renee. On my way home, returned a book and switched it for another. All right. Like to the store that you bought it at, to the library, etc. I need to exchange a book. I'm not sure. I got it as like a gift. So I'm not sure where they got it. I think I'm just going to bring it to Barnes & Noble to exchange it. But I got a duplicate of a book that I already have. So I'm like, I need to exchange that and get another book. And if anybody saw my socials this week, I bought 13 books this weekend. I don't have any excuse for myself. Corey's here. Good morning, Corey. How are you? What are you working on this morning? What are you doing? In the sprint, Elena, 200 pages, 20 to 24 chapters, and 37% of your book. All right. So 37%, almost halfway. That's a chunky book. I specifically didn't want to read chunky books today. Too many distractions, but I feel like 200 pages is a great amount of pages to get done in 90 minutes. So I think you did great. How did everyone else do for reading? Zinnia, good morning. How are you? Welcome in. So excited to see you this morning. Lizzie says, finished Fruits Basket Volume 2 and got 101 pages into Volume 3. Yay! That's exciting. I'm thinking I'm going to finish this. Then I think I'm going to do, I'm not finishing this in one sprint. 6 hours of the audiobook left at 3x speed. I still, it's not going to be one sprint. But after this, I'm probably going to do Persepolis. And then Fruits Basket is a little pick-me-up after Persepolis. So I will get to Fruits Basket today at some point. And it says, yay for a finished book. Yay. I know. I started with these because I kind of wanted to start the day with a W and be like, 2 down. Yes, this was 50 pages. Still. I'm still happy with it. So still starting with books done. These are going on your TBR mountain. I am so sorry that I'm not sorry even a little bit. They were really good. I can't help that. Sorry. Jen says, I made sausage and egg and cheese biscuits for breakfast and made my coffee way too strong, but I also got done with payroll. Yay! That's a very important job, to be honest. Also, I just ordered a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit from McDonald's, but I'm willing to bet some dollars that yours are way better. So, Lizzie says, it's a good weekend to buy books for sure. Yeah. I got Barnes & Noble gift card for Christmas, so I wanted to get that used up. And they had their 25% off sale. My 10% for being a member went on top of that. And some of the books were 50% off. So it was 50% off plus 25% off plus 10% off, which is crazy. So I went and spent the gift card. And then we went to, I got a book at TJ Maxx. I got a book at the stationery store. I got several books at Birch Bark bookstore. So a lot of books. Corey says, I'm trying to finish up my last 2 books for Reindeer Readathon. One is an under 150 page ebook I'm going to read tonight. One is House of Sky and Breath. Why I left over 500 page book for last, I'll never understand. That's a chunky book. And I mean, it's doable within, a day or two. I think I don't platform SJM anymore, but when I read that series, I think that I tore through Sky and Breath really, really quickly. My favorite was still I still like the first one better because I'm really attached to that one, but it's possible. I wish you all the best. Lizzie says, yes, House of Sky and Breath went really fast for you as well. Didn't feel like over 500 pages. I would agree. I'm going to argue that it shouldn't have been 500 plus pages. But that's just me. So Zinnia says, doing okay, woke up early with a panic attack. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So reading How My Neighbor Stole Christmas, page 270. That is a good book to just give you some happies. Yeah. Corey says, you're, and I am assuming, Corey, that you're still typing. So, and yeah, Louise says, sorry you're struggling, Zinnia. That sucks. I'm sorry. Corey says, you're sweet. I'm absolutely not getting it done. I'm doing the GA and the graphic audio, and it's 637 hours long. Feels like a little bit of an exaggeration, Corey. Can you imagine? An audiobook 600 hours long. How would you even remember what's been happening? Like, how many books is that? Because I think about, like, somebody said, like, Realm of the Elderlings is like 400 plus hours across 16 chunky ass books. 637 hours is crazy. Lizzie says graphic audiobook ? Yeah, Lizzie, graphic audiobooks. So here's the thing. Graphic audiobooks are essentially very similarly to how, like, a graphic novel is the novel with imagery to help you, you know, get into it, etc. A graphic audiobook is an audiobook that usually has a larger cast for different characters, usually has sound effects built in. So when you have, like, really descriptive pieces, then especially if there's sound involved, but there will be ambient noise to help put you in that zone. Often a lot of dialogue tags are taken out for graphic audiobooks. So instead of blah, 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 they said, blah, 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 she said, it's just the two people talking. And that works for a lot of people. For me personally, takes me out of the story big time because I am a visual reader. When I'm reading, I am watching a movie in my head. And so for me, those sound effects take me out of it big time. And when I've tried graphic audiobooks, so I almost always immersive read. There are very few audiobooks that I listen to that I don't also have access to something to read with my eyes too. And they cut out, some of them cut out way more than just dialogue tags, like the Zodiac Academy graphic audiobooks. They cut out entire paragraphs, like a descriptive paragraph will just be gone. And so I'm like trying to read the book and I'm like, oh, they just skipped from here to here. Oh, and I don't like it. I'm not a fan, to say the least. So I would say that if you are not a visual reader, I know that not everyone has a movie playing in their head. It can really help you picture what's going on a lot better. And it definitely works better if you're not immersive reading. I would not recommend immersive reading with a graphic audiobook. So, oh no, there's too many yawns, too many of these. Good morning, Rosalie. I don't think I've met you before. Hello, good morning. Let me know if you want to be called something other than Rosalie. Finished first test by Tomorrow Pierce. Graphic for personal challenge. Yay. Making breakfast, and we'll start Song of Spores by Bogi Takacs next. For intersex novel, that's awesome. What am I reading for intersex? I'll be reading Cattywampus. So I don't know what that, I think that's a middle grade book. I had it recommended to me and it works for another prompt as well. So, and what is your personal challenge that you're doing? Are you doing all graphic novels? I want to know. And he says, thank you. Yeah, struggle bus is very awesome days. Absolutely. And on those days, you read Megan Quinn. Corey says that it was definitely only like 18 hours, but it feels like forever. Yes. It can be very hard to remember things. I will say, especially with the Crescent City series, because that is definitely the series with the most plot details that do become important later. I would say, generally speaking, in SJM, ACOTAR has the whatever. ACOTAR has the highest number of details that kind of like don't matter as much for the plot, but they're Easter eggs that people like to find, and they can help people with character development. Throne of Glass has a lot of their details are more emotional details or like character details that help you paint a picture in your head. Crescent City has like tangible details that are important for plot device later, which can absolutely be a challenge. But I do think that Crescent City does do a better job of like being like, hey, remember that thing? In case you don't, because I didn't. Chen says it's graphic audiobooks are the only way to go for fantasy, in your opinion, which is awesome. Again, just not for me. Lizzie's very intrigued. Vanessa says, back at home, went to the office briefly to drop off files before you leave for Thailand. Hell yeah, let's go. When do you leave, Vanessa? Let me know. Vanessa says, oh, I'm loving Zia graphic audios more than regular, but yes, there's a lot missing. Like if they sigh, the narrator will just sigh instead of reading this person's side. Yes. I also found that like for some action scenes, so like a scene where somebody, like right at the beginning of the book, somebody's like running and jumping over a fence. So the graphic audiobook just has a couple seconds of somebody like with footsteps and maybe that little ting of a chain link fence. And for me, I need to know what they're doing. I can't infer exactly what they're doing from that. So that's where I struggled. And you do have to pay attention to whose POV you're in. You'll be lost. Absolutely. That can be really hard, especially since there are multiple protagonists there. Vanessa's currently reading and listening to We Who Will Die. How do you like it? I loved it. I loved it. That launches tomorrow, I believe. We Who Will Die by Stacia Stark. It is, how did I describe it? Did I write a review yet? Probably not. No, I definitely did write a review. That's right. I definitely remembered to write my review for sure. But We Who Will Die is so it's inspired by Roman Colosseum fighting, like gladiators kind of is what actually technically inspired this. But if you, what's going on here? What? The storygraph is unresponsive. How dare? Storygraph's never unresponsive for me. I just want to see my review is all. But if you are a fan of like, it's got the Hunger Games in there, it's got a little bit of Crowns and Nyaxia, Throne of Glass. People say it's got a little bit of Vampire Diaries in there too. I've never seen Vampire Diaries. I don't know. But all mixed together with like Roman Empire political structure and like political machinations. I really liked it. I loved the Hunger Games. I love Crowns of Nyaxia. I enjoyed Throne of Glass. So I like Deadly Trials and games and stuff. So yeah. And vampires. Lizzie says, your cat stepped on the keyboard. It makes more sense now. Vanessa says, happy to be here today as I have 2 sessions to complete virtually and then packing and cleaning. And you're a little bit panicky today. That's fine. You leave it. Oh, you do have a lot to do. That's okay. We're going to be sprinting all day long. And you can just, it's reading sprints, but it's also productivity sprints. They're both. So you can be productive. Let's see. Rosalie says, my personal challenge is 10 books that friends have lent me. Cute. So you can return them and you can talk about them. That is so cute. I love that. I love that a lot. Maybe I'll do that for next year's HRCYED personal challenge. Assuming there is a personal challenge. I don't know. Vanessa is really enjoying We Who Will Die so far. Only 15% in, so it's still setting up. Yes. I've noticed a lot of books lately where like, for me, I'm used to the exposition or like the kickoff to the plot happening before the 10% mark. Like, tell me what's going on, but also tell me where we're, like, give me an idea of where we're going. A lot of books lately have been waiting until like 20-25% to do that, and it's boggling my mind. Rosalie says, hello, new. Oh, hello. Well, welcome. We love challenge days. I do want to start sprinting more regularly. The holidays is just a terrible time to start doing that. So I'm probably going to start putting up regular sprints. I'll schedule them out in advance. So if you are subscribed with notifications, you'll get notified. I'll also post them in multiple places on Discord. Oh, my mouse just, come on. My mouse just disconnected, so I can't click on anything. I wonder if my mouse is dead. Let's go ahead and plug that bad boy in. Hey, there you go. Now I can click on other comments. Vanessa says, I've never finished my work before going on vacation. Always had something lingering to come back to. So this is a weird feeling having nothing to do. How do you relax? I can't tell you. I can't help with that. I don't know what to tell you because I always have stuff going on. But I mean, I think the best part of like having all of your work done is that when you come back from vacation, and theoretically, I don't know what your schedule is, you're going to be like arriving back home and then have to go to work the next day or two. But arriving home from vacation and not having anything to like look at before the next morning because you left a thing or two undone, that's a good feeling. So, but you relax by reading, by reminding Team Candy Cane to get their stuff in so that we pick it up. I don't know, maybe. All right. That's the end of our comments. So we are going to head back into another sprint. So we're going to do another 90 minutes. I will be reading Drunken Love by Jasmine Guillory, finishing this up for the day for read number 3. And I will see y'all back here. So happy sprinting, everybody.
Hey, Allie. I'm good. Happy Monday. Yes. Gotcha. Okay. So MVP, proof of concept, service cloud, mostly case management, email to case. Got it. Are they on Salesforce already? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, that's good to know.
All right, hello. Pull that break thingy back. There you go. Hello, welcome back. I just like painted my nails, so I have to put my lasagna bookmark in very carefully. I got to 70% in Drunk on Love by Jasmine Guillory. This is my first Jasmine Guillory book. I have not read any of them, but this one I got in a blind date with a book. It's autographed, which is really cool. You don't usually get like a signed book in a blind date with a book. So I've had it for a hot minute, and oh no, it came out. I looked on Libby and I was like, oh, this is there. And this is one that I put on my love it or LFL it list because I've had it for a hot minute and I haven't reached for it. So I was like, maybe it's time. Maybe we should do that. And I don't know, I was in the mood for something light and fluffy, so I grabbed it despite the fact that I'm in the middle of like 2 other books. Just casually, there's other books that I probably should be finishing. But then also, I mean, generally speaking, I'm always making a more concerted effort to just read not white people books. So, yeah, this was one that I wanted to get read because I don't want to, I want to keep it if I like it. But I didn't want to make myself put it in a little free library. So, yeah. How did you all get on at reading? Let's go set up. Let's go take a look at where we ended with comments. Vanessa was telling us about getting ready for vacation, made her following day feel really light coming back so that when you get back from vacation at midnight the night before, you feel good. But Vanessa's husband, Kyle, decided getting up at 6 a.m. to go into the office the next morning is the plan. So he's going to be grumpy. Men are always grumpy. So, yep. Elaine is back. Welcome back. And then, hello. I don't think I know you. Look, I have like literally a list of usernames and names. What should I call you? Hello, welcome. Ecomass J Feather. Reading Hell Who Followed With Us and getting books logged for your quote. You're doing also a song. You and Lizzie are in good company. For those who don't know, for HRCYED, the hardest reading challenge you'll ever do, one of the bingo board prompts is to build a quote using words from the titles of books that you read. 1 title per word. Some people, Lizzie, decided to do a song, a really long song, such as Taylor Swift's All Too Well, the 10-minute version, which is a lot of words. Lizzie, put in the chat how many words that is. But Defying Gravity is also a hell of a lot of words. And also I'm like, defying is a really tough word to find in a book title. And it's said so many times in the book. And also, do you have to read The Wizard of Oz so you can get the word Oz? I don't know. That seems like a lot. So Godspeed to you. And Lizzie says, it's such a good book. I'm glad you're joining the crazy train. Yep. Eagle. Okay, perfect. Oh, and you did Suffer-a-thon as well. Suffer-a-thon is a readathon that I don't think I'll do because that name doesn't inspire confidence, for me at least. Lizzie assumed Eagle plus Warrior Cat's name, probably not multiple of that combo. Didn't know you decided. Perfect. And you got Asura's help. Asura is one of the mods for HRCYED, and Asura's so helpful all the time. I feel very burdensome with so many questions. So it's very nice when very nice people will help me and not make me feel dumb. Vanessa went to go handle a couple of sessions and we'll be back after. I myself, clearly you all heard, I just took a very brief work huddle, but then I have a important work call that I will take on my phone. I don't know why that audio kept coming through when I muted it. So good. Christina's here. Good morning. And Christina always comes in with all the reminders for things like hydrating yourself. Maybe sometimes even with actual water and not just Diet Coke, which is weird, but you know. And then make sure that you take your meds, take a stretch, check your laundry if you're doing laundry. And then also hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't. I would love to have more friends there. So Hello, welcome. Thanks, Christina. Mel's here. Good morning, Mel. How are you? What are you reading today? What are you working on? You don't have to read. You can be working on productivity things. Hello to Mel from Christina. And Lizzie finished volume 3 of Fruits Basket. Nice. So that means that you've got something coming up next. Volume 4, a different book. Mel says, Christina, babe. Eagle got to 15% of Hell followed with us. Excellent. Excellent. Christina says LFL and then, little free library. Yes, I'm doing, for 2026, I've picked 12 books off my shelves where I have to read them within the year, or at the end of the year, if I haven't read them, they're going in the little free library. Like, no, like cutthroat. I picked a lot of books that I've been meaning to read for a while and would like to keep because they're nice books, they're signed books, etc. But they've been on my shelf for over a year. This is one of them. And this and my 26 and 26 challenge, I've been like, I started a little bit. So, but yeah, I'm just going to force myself to put them in a little free library. So, yes. And Christina says, hi, Vanessa. And hi, Eagle. Good morning. Jen got payroll done and finished 3rd graphic for your Mr. Stroll bingo board. Yay. Jen has been working on 2026 reading goal graphics for social media. So I know that takes quite an amount of time. On Sunday this past week, not Sunday, what am I talking about? It felt like Sunday. On Thursday, on Christmas Day, my husband and I went to the casino. Christmas Day is his birthday, so we do Christmas on Christmas Eve, his birthday on Christmas Day. Went to the casino so he could do sports betting, and I sat there the whole time with my phone, just building that Canva graphic for the carousel that I did that day. So, yep, it takes absolutely forever. Hello to Jen from Christina. Hello, Christina from Eagle. This is in response to how many words are in the song All Too Well 10-minute version and too many. Elamarna says 900, but your count was 1,200 words, so a lot, and you stopped counting. So theoretically, for this prompt alone, you have to read 600 books. That feels not real. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it sounds bad. Sounds real bad. Faithful popped in. Good morning. How are you? Off to take a nap and then productivity. I love it. I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Dee Dee is also sprinting this morning. So, you're so lucky you get both of us. Rosalie says 25% done with the novel. Song of Spores, super weird and interesting sci-fi. Honestly, super weird is always kind of a good vibe. It's always kind of nice when you can find something and be like, that was really weird. And you're like, you know what? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it was. All right. Neil says, I'm one of the Sufferathon mods, which tells you, yeah, that you are insane for being a Sufferathon mod. Lizzie told me about Sufferathon, and I was like, no thanks. I've loved doing readathons the second half of this year. If I ever edit my November recap and get it posted tomorrow, maybe, I talk about it a little bit in there about how like I feel like joining readathons has really not pushed me to hit numbers, but pushed me to like want to devote more of my time to reading and want to devote more of the energy that I've got toward interacting with people around books, toward finding community around books, and just reading, especially more diversely and intentionally. And I feel like Sufferathon might kill that vibe for me. So respectfully, no thank you. No thanks. Mel says, listening to Finley Donovan Digs Her Own Grave. I really like the covers on those, and I don't understand how many there are, so I'm kind of afraid to look and get started. Lizzie says, Volume 4 Fruits Basket will be started in the next sprint. I have the first 11 volumes you're trying to get through today. 11? I think this is going to be my challenge with, like, starting to explore some manga and graphic novels in general, because I can't commit to that. I think, do you all know the, like, kind of questionable books that you find where it's like a Facebook ad that brings you to Good Novel or Web Novel or one of those apps that makes you pay $8 a chapter or whatever, and they go on for 600 chapters, and you're like, and it's very much the same vibe as like back in the day when fan fictions would get updated whenever, but fan fiction writing can be really, really, really good, and usually these apps, the writing is a little rough. There's words randomly missing. They might be written by AI. I don't know. But I feel like when I look at something like a manga and there are like 100 volumes, I'm overwhelmed and I don't know what to do about that. It freaks me out. Christina says, hi, Faithful, Rosalie, Lily. Hello, everybody. Faithful. Hello, Christina. Here's some sparkles. And I knew Christina would get me. Didi is sprinting, but about to go into her last chatty bit. But it's also, oh no, when I'm talking, I'm not breathing in as much air. That's the problem. But Didi is going to her last sprint, so won't hear as much from her. Sad. But I mean, it's way earlier than here. In the UK, it's got to be 4 p.m. in the afternoon, about that. So, Zinnia got to page 300, and My Neighbor Stole Christmas. Excellent. I love that. That means you got to be getting close. I mean, how did My Neighbor Stole Christmas? That one's a little thicker, isn't it? That one might be 400, 450 pages. Lizzie says, or is asking, who wrote Song of Spores, Rosalie? Lizzie's trying to find it because Lizzie wants a really weird sci-fi, apparently. If I search for it, Song of Spores. Oh, okay. That's really weird. There was one that came up when I searched, but when I finished typing the word, it went away. Lizzie, it looks like it's by Bogi Takex. Why don't I just post the Storygraph link in here? I can post links to stuff. Song of Spores. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, and it looks like it's almost a novella, 216 pages, so shorty. And okay, there you go. Mel says there's 5 Finley Donovan books so far. The 6th book comes out in March. I knew that there were multiples of them. I just didn't know how many there were. Christina says hello to Zinnia. And yes, so neighbor who stole How My Neighbor Stole Christmas. The neighbor before Christmas. How My Neighbor Stole Christmas. 470 pages. That feels like I just read Lauren Blakely's Merry Little Christmas, and that was 503 pages, and I was like, a fluffy Christmas romance, 500 pages. It went really fast. There was a ton of dialogue, so a lot of paragraph breaks, but I was still like, I was like that meme of the white guy blinking. It's shocking. And then hello to Christina from Zinnia. And then yeah, so there's the app to song, or the link to the Storygraph listing for Song of Spores if you're interested in what has been called weird sci-fi. And yeah, Ziddy says it's a little long for a romance. I would agree. I ended up listening to Merry Little Christmas as an audio book as well. Like I immersive read. I do a lot of immersive reading lately, and I'm glad I did because that helped me get through it way faster. I will say that there are some books that I've read that are 500, 600 pages that I read, and I'm like, you could have cut out half of this. I should just at Iron Flame. That book was 300 pages longer than it should have been. But then there are some books that are for 500 pages that I'm like, I'm okay with. Like, it didn't feel like it was that. It didn't drag. Was it really long? Yes. But did it feel like I was in agony the whole time? Not necessarily. And that's how I felt about Merry Little Christmas. I was like, okay. I think also, especially for romance books, I read so many of them on my Kindle. And on a Kindle pages are different than paper. Like, this is a standard 300-page novel. So, I know in my brain that if I'm picking up a book that feels like a standard 300-page paperback, I know what that feels like. I know what it feels like to pick up the Sword of Kaigen. But when you're looking at a Kindle and you're like 352 Kindle pages, what is that? I don't know what that is. I don't know how to trust that. So sometimes I will read a book on my Kindle and I'll be like, this is taking me a lot longer than I thought it would. And then I'm like, oh, I looked it up. It's because the paperback is 500 pages and I had no idea it was going to be this long. So yeah, I mean, one of the ones that I'm reading on my Kindle that I'm in the middle of that I really do need to finish is like that. After today, I have to get to my last traveling book club book of 2025. This one is called For Once in My Life by Colleen Coleman. It's the last book that I need to read. I want to get it done, but I'll get to that tomorrow. And then I will finish Daggermouth, which is in progress on my Kindle. So I'm going to finish this today. I'm hoping to get at least 3 others of my books read today, which will mean 6 books finished within the day. In case you are joining the stream, you weren't here earlier, my pile of books today, I read 2 comic books first, both very light. And then I have a pile. Let's be real, I got a lot of piles. Where I have 2 graphic novels and then 4 novellas that are all relatively, they're novellas. They're under 200 pages. So I have a very doable pile and I'm hoping to get 6 books finished today, which is awesome. So yeah. Rosalie says, Bogi Takas I need to look up how to say this properly so that I can say it. Can fit for trans, agender, intersex, and Jewish prompts. So if you were doing HRCYED, that's a lot of options. I will say personally, for me, one of the hardest ones to find was an intersex prompt. And then also I had to adjust my Jewish prompt because I started reading a book by a Jewish author and it was making jokes about being in the IDF and killing people. And I was like, nope, not for me. So I DNF'd it. So that was a tough one. But if you were looking also for a Jewish prompt, that would also work for bi representation, also BIPOC, because it's a Black Jewish author. Isn't It Obvious by Rachel Runya Katz was very good. I really, really loved it. Oh, hello. Good morning, Anna. About to take a break, then work for a while before going for lunch. Here's the thing, you guys. Anna is in the same time zone as me, pretty much directly south. Go past the Caribbean and then you hit her. And so even though you're in the same time zone as me, the weather for you is so wildly different because we had a huge snowstorm, Anna. I cannot take the car out of the driveway. I am sitting here hoping and praying that somebody picks up my DoorDash order. I've not been assigned a driver yet and I'm devastated. And just that you're going for a break, you're going and having lunch, you're having a great time. I love that for you, but I could not relate any less right now. Well, yeah, and that's true. You don't really have seasons. You just have warm, which right now doesn't sound bad, but I know I would miss fall, spring, whatever. That's Minnesota's big draw, whatever. But I'm still jealous because it's garbage day and I had to bring our garbage and our recycling bins down to the end of the driveway and we got like a foot of snow. So that sucked. Lizzie says, Song of Spores is tentatively going in for intersex. Awesome. There you go. Connection made. Rosalie helped Lizzie find a book. All right. And then, Christina says, hello to Anna as well. Hello. Let's see. Anna says, I'm at 2,600 meters over sea level, so it tends to be either really sunny or mainly cold. All right. I didn't know it was super cold for you. But do you get a lot of snow? I will complain about the snow because I am allowed to. Living in Minnesota, I'm allowed to complain about the snow. And then hello to Christina. Christina says I have some season I can share. I'm not liking it right now. Yeah, do you want some? in August, you can have my, 90 whatever degrees. And right now I could share half my snow. I've got 12 inches, you can have 6. I'd love to get snow, but it doesn't get that cold. Wait till you should come to Minnesota. We're state of hockey. This is my hockey sweatshirt. It's not a Wendy's Frosty. It's for the Professional Women's Hockey League. Minnesota team is the Minnesota Frost. So it's a frosty. But you can come to Minnesota and we'll let you experience what it's like when it's so cold it can't snow. It can't snow because it's too cold to do that. You can come. It's a great time. It hurts to go outside. And yeah, you can have the blizzard we're having right now. Christina, are you out east? Because the blizzard was moving that way. It's done here now. Poor you. Yeah, it was gnarly. I did go out and drive a little bit yesterday, like earlier in the day, and it was coming down. And my poor dogs, when they'd go to the bathroom, their butts touch the snow. So they're having a rough day. All right. For our next sprint, we are going to do a little bit longer, specifically because I have a meeting that I have to go. I have to be extremely present for. So we're going to do a 2-hour sprint, which should be, it's 120 minutes. Yeah. So I'm going to set this for 122 minutes just to give me a couple minutes to go over on my call. I will put in the chat if I'm going to be any later, but we're going to do a 2-hour sprint. And since it's like getting closest to lunchtime, that means that people will also have time to eat lunch if they'd like. I may take a shower before that meeting starts because I didn't, because I woke up and I rolled out of my bed directly out that door into here. So I might go take a shower as well, listening to my audiobook. I'm still reading, but we're going to do 2 hours and then we will come back. My goal is to finish Drunk on Love by Jasmine Guillory. I might begin Persepolis because I don't have very long left on this. If I look at the audiobook, I've got 3 hours left of the audiobook and I've been listening on 3x speed. So we should be done with this in just about an hour. I might start on Persepolis a little bit and then I'll be back here. So, all right. A couple more comments. Most people don't understand that it does not snow if it's too cold. Yeah. If it gets sunny in the winter, that's like crystal clear sunny. It's a bad sign. It's too cold. And Christina is east of me and surrounded by Great Lakes. So yeah, what happens is like this big snow system has been coming across from the west. And as it approaches the Great Lakes, so Lake Superior for Minnesota, it starts to gather, it gets going with some gusto here. So we start some of the Great Lakes snow effect, but as the storm system passes over the Great Lakes are just little petri dishes for more snow, more precipitation, more wind, etc. So they help that storm gather a lot of speed. So then it dumps on Christina, which I'm sure is great. In Indy, it was 62 yesterday, so blizzard turned to rain for you. Now it's 15. 62 to 15 is nuts. I love that. Great. And I'm just like, perfect timing. And Eagle says, yeah, pretty much same here. Yesterday was 74 and today is 24. That's crazy. Because we were 30 yesterday, I think. And today we're at 11. It feels like negative 10, but we're at 11, which is pretty good. That feels pretty good. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and get a mega sprint started, and I will see you back here in 2 hours. Hello, welcome back. Finish that up. There we go. All right. Hello, hello. How'd it go for everybody? I'm feeling medium tired, and I feel like that's how I'm going to feel the rest of this 24 hours. That sprint, I did finish Junk on Love by Jasmine Guillory. I listened to it while I took a shower, so it took a little bit longer than expected, just because if I'm looking at the book and listening on audio, then I can do 3x speed. If I'm not looking at it, then I need to slow down just a little bit, so I usually do like 2x. It kind of depends on the narrator. And so I read this, and then I took a work meeting. I'm on PTO last week and this week, but I have a very, very big sale that I'm hoping is going to sign by Wednesday. So I wanted to make sure that I took some time to answer any final questions that they have, because that's my job. So that's what I did. The last 10 minutes, I kind of like scrolled because I didn't want to start Persepolis until I had a chunk of time. So Drunk in Love was my third book for the day. Again, if you're just joining us, the first two books of the day were like teeny tiny little comic books. So I don't want people like feel bad just because I've finished 3 books today. 2 of them are comic books, and one of them I started yesterday. So, everybody reads different. Persepolis is 153 pages long. It's a graphic novel. And so I am hoping that I can finish it in just one sprint, and then it gets started on Fruits Basket. So that's my kind of goals coming up next. And I'm clean, and I showered. And at 6:30 this morning, so a half an hour onto the sprint, I placed a DoorDash order for when McDonald's opens so that I could get 2 giant Diet Cokes, and maybe something to eat. I don't know. And I said, when you open, they were open, but they don't do like mobile or DoorDash stuff until 8. So I placed it. And then 8 o'clock came and no driver was assigned. I waited until 10:30 when breakfast is over, and no driver was ever assigned. So I had to cancel my McDonald's order. So I have regular Diet Coke, but I don't have McDonald's Diet Coke, which is, it's kind of devastating. It's really tough. So I am trying to think of a way to get around that, because I don't have a car with me today. I only have my husband's car, which can't go out in the snow. So let's take a look at the comments. We left off. We were talking to Anna, and Lizzie asked if she's in Michigan, because you miss Michigan, but no, Anna is actually in Colombia, in Bogota. So yeah, it's technically Central Time, but not in the U.S. So. And Molly joined us. Hi, Molly. How are you? I'm so glad you're here. Hello to everyone. Elena hopped back in. And Elena's listening to 21 Pilots on Spotify. I love 21 Pilots. If you are a big fan of 21 Pilots, might I also recommend listening to a band called Rainbow Kitten Surprise, because their music is very similar to 21 Pilots in terms of like vibe. I really like them too. So. And Vanessa's back. How are your sessions? How did they go? Let us know. Next task will be food and finalizing notes. Perfect. So that theoretically you can then be done working for the day, which would be great. I'm going to advocate for everybody being done working today. It looks like Elena says that they'll also be sprinting starting at 12:45 p.m. Pacific. So if you are in, let's see, Central, that would be 2:45 p.m. Central. I'm like, what other time zones would that be? So 3:45 Eastern, etc. And you can send us the link. We can't send you the link. But hello to Mel from Elena. And look who else is here, Double N Jen. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Vanessa says, got food, wrapped up one case note, finishing the final one now, and you've been doing laundry, killing it. That, honestly, sometimes I forget that, like, it's not just reading. We're being productive. We're being very productive members of society, and I love that for all of us. Lizzie says, my computer froze. That sucks. My computer threatened to freeze earlier, and I Ooh, I wouldn't like that. Wouldn't like that at all. Vanessa says, did I know Persepolis has a part 2? Yes. So Persepolis is the part 1 is the story of a childhood. It is a nonfiction memoir in the form of a graphic novel by Marjana Satrapi. And then the second part, like this one's focusing on childhood. The second part focuses on adulthood. I'm probably just going to read this one. I am trying to ease myself into nonfiction-y type things. I really don't read any nonfiction. I've read one nonfiction book this year, and that is a cookbook. So this is branching out. So I'm just going to do that one. Lizzie got like 100 pages into volume 4, Fruits Basket, talked to your husband when he got home from lunch, took a nap, and now is eating cheese tteokbokki. Honestly, this all sounds great. I'm like, should I take a nap or do I just keep rolling? I will need to like stop the stream sometime before 6 p.m. Central, just because YouTube caps out at 12 hours. So it is possible that at some point in the afternoon, I may take a little break before hopping back on. So we'll see. Christina says, storm is here, and they're calling it a blizzard too. It's not just me. It is absolutely more than a blizzard for sure. Or like it's definitely a blizzard. It's not just a little storm. It's a full blizzard. But I hope that you guys stay safe, that you have food in the house, because it does suck to have to leave for that. Rosalie says, I made it halfway in my book, listening to records to make myself stand up once in a while. That's a good idea. I also should probably stand up. I have 2 dogs, and they are reminding me vehemently to definitely stand up and, let them out, feed them more, give them a snack, just pet them. My pit bull just wants attention all the time. So, that's good. Vanessa says, I don't need that energy, Christina, for the blizzard. Because Vanessa flies out tomorrow morning. She has to leave the house at 2 a.m. and you're supposed to land in Detroit. Yeah. It's going to be snowy. It's going to be snowy out there for sure. Christina says, Cud is just about to get out on the road where someone was just going sideways on, and I'm losing my mind and will until I know he made it to work safely. That's absolutely fair. Best I can offer is 4-wheel drive is not 4-wheel stop. And they're warning of power outages, which I'm not looking forward to after April. Oh, because April, yeah. So just, yeah, no more power outages. We didn't have a power outage last night, but we did have earlier this week, we had a big power outage when it wasn't snowing, but it was super windy. And I live like super, super close to the border of Minnesota, Wisconsin. Minnesota, it has like a curved shape on the eastern side of the state. And I live right at the elbow of Minnesota. I live right in the corner of it, like right next to the Wisconsin border. And so I'm very, very close to the St. Croix River, which it flows between Minnesota and Wisconsin up to Duluth. And so I am up on in the river, next to the river. The bluffs go straight down to the river. I am high up. So when it gets very windy, it gets hella windy. So yeah, sorry to Vanessa from Christina for mentioning snow, but it'll be there. Detroit is like 5 hours south, and they have totally different weather though. So theoretically, at the very least, less snow, hopefully. Maybe. We can hope. All right. That is the end of our comments. So we can go ahead and head into our next 90-minute sprint. We're going to go back to 90 minutes. We only did the 2-hour because I had to do a work call, but now that's done. So we're going to head back into 90 minutes. Pat back down here. And I'm going to jump into Persepolis. Oh, we got a couple more. Christina says, right now it's about 10 degrees warmer down there, and the storm is just in the tip of the mitten. Yeah. Well, yeah, with all the lake around there, it's gonna blow through. You're just getting the worst. And then Zinnia says, in Colorado, no snow. Well, you can have some of mine. You guys like to ski, theoretically. You can have mine. Enjoy. All right. Let's go ahead and get this started. Now I'll see y'all in 90 minutes. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How's it going? I only got halfway in Persepolis. I got to page 77 because I had lunch delivered, so I paused to eat some lunch. So that's all right. I do enjoy it so far. I think it's definitely like, this is gonna sound weird. As an American, I don't have the opportunity in school, like in my standard K through 12, they don't teach us very much about like anything outside of the US. Obviously, like there are some you can take, some schools have AP world history classes. We get very, very little about some of that. But so this is the story of a woman who grew up at the time of the Iranian Revolution, so around 1980. And I think that like there's a forward at the beginning that is a page and a half, and it's like text. It's not the rest of the book is in graphic novel format, but there's like an introduction that's text. It's a page and a half, and I wish it were more because I think that it would be helpful if I knew contextually everything that was going on in the region at the time of the book. But at the same time, this is told from the it's a memoir. And so it's her perspective as she's a child in 1980, watching the revolution happen, hearing her parents who are progressivists talk about it. And so, we do get, this is what a child thinks it is. So not having as much background about the conflict personally, I'm seeing it from this child's perspective and this child's perspective only. So I do think that's really interesting. Yeah, I like it so far, and I'll definitely finish it on this next sprint here and then get to start Fruits Basket. So yeah, that's the next one I'll be getting into is a manga. My first manga that I'm actually like picking myself to read as opposed to just reading something that a friend really likes, which is not a genre I like. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Let's see where y'all are at. Let's go find our last comment. Christine was clarifying that the weather that Vanessa will be flying into is hopefully better. And we talked about Zinnia having no snow, and I told her she could have it all, and she wants it. Perfect. Great. Look who's here. Glenda, good morning or good afternoon, I suppose. Yeah, it's almost 2:00. Good afternoon. How are you? How's your day? What are you doing today? And Christina's husband just made it to work safely. Good. In the blizzard that y'all are getting right now, yeah, it's a rough time. Christina says hi to Glenda. Jamie, hello. How are you? All the friends are joining today. I love it. What are you reading today? If you're doing a 24-hour readathon, Lord only knows how many books Jamie could get through. Hello to everyone else from Jamie. Hello to Christina, Jamie, Zinnia, Jen, Anna, and Mel from Glenda. And Paula's here. Hi, Paula. What's up? How are you tonight? More importantly, how's our boy? How's Wyatt? Not more importantly, but just as importantly. We've got Sarah here. Welcome in. Joining on and off today. That's perfect because I plan on being here like the rest of the day. So perfect. All right. And Jess is here. Woke up feeling like I've run a marathon. So I'm going to stay away from people today. I get that. We're just like, I'm not in a mood to speak to others. I get that. About to have some breakfast and get on reading this beta read. Ooh, are you allowed to talk about what you're beta reading? Maybe. Glenda says hello to Paula, Sarah, and Jess. Vanessa is going to go walk Daisy and give her a bath. There is this Instagram account called We Three Pitties, and it's a woman who has pit bulls, and she fosters little baby pit bulls, and specifically ones that like just need some extra love and attention. So they're usually really little, and she gives them baths and puts little pajamas on them with a little spa headband with the bow on it, and that's what I'm picturing is happening for Vanessa. Lizzie got to page 265 this sprint because the cat keeps curling up on your chest wanting attention. My dogs have been wanting attention as well. They keep wanting to go out. There's nothing out there It's just cold. They don't like the cold. So they don't want to be out in the cold, but they think there's something out there that they want. I don't know. But that's understandable. Jamie says, I got to 85% in The Berry Pickers by Amanda Peters. Still good. 4 stars. Very nice. Rosalie is 75% done with your book, and you had lunch. Currently stuck with cat on your lap, so you can't flip the record. So you and Lizzie have a very similar problem happening. So that does suck. I'm sorry. You can't get up if a cat's on your lap. Hello, Bells. How are you? Have been mostly lurking, but in the last sprint and this one managed to finish the last 292 pages of my last book, and I'm 100 pages into your second book of the day. Awesome. That's really good. Let's see. Oh, yeah. And Lizzie says hello to Bells. Jess says, I don't want to talk too much about it. New author, but it has a shitload of potential. I'm not a thriller reader, but this is actually holding my interest, and that says something. All right. And you know that I'm not a real big thriller reader either, because I don't like scaries, but that sounds really good. When more information is available, then you can tell us about it. Post in Discord. Jamie says, I have a stack of books I still want to finish in 2025, mostly ones that I started earlier this year and didn't finish yet, plus 4 more audiobooks I checked out that will expire in 4 days. The expiration game is definitely a tough one. I love Libby's new hold system. It is my jam. It is my favorite thing. For those who don't know, previously on Libby, you could place a hold for a book, and then when it was becoming available to you to borrow, if you weren't ready for it, you could just choose to let the next person in line have it first. So almost like you're still first in line. You're just saying, hey, oh, you can go ahead of me. And you'd have to remember to do that for a while. And there was a maximum number of books that you could have on hold like that. And that was fine, but not great. And so now what they do is you can suspend a hold, meaning indefinitely. You are saying, I'm getting in line, but I'm going to stand off to the side and let people pass me until I'm ready to come back in once you're at the front. So you can go up to front in line and be the next person to receive the book. But you're suspended. And when you unsuspend, then the next one that's available comes to you. This also doesn't have a limit. So what I did is I found all the books on my 26 for 26, all the books on my Love It or LFL It challenge, all the books that I need to read yet for HRCYED. I requested all of them, suspended all those holds. And so now going into 2026, I'm rolling for my reads. I have new, extremely fancy handmade dice that are, of course, purple. Very expensive handmade dice, turns out. And then I can just roll for my read, go find it, unsuspend the hold, and within a day or two, it'll be ready. It's delightful. I love it. And that way I don't run into the issue of having too many ready to go, because that happens a lot. Libby's like, oh, we don't have any books ready for you for a month. And then one day it'll be like, oh yeah, here's 22 of them. So it's a challenge. Just says this book is technically released, but it needs some editing, hence why I offered a beta read instead of ARC review. That's very kind of you. If you're, yeah, it's like, so is it one that is maybe released on KU or something like that, and you're like, could use some adjustments, some updates? Mel says, got 70% into Finley Donovan digs her own grave, and you love Miss Haggerty's crotchety old self. Not gonna lie, I think crotchety old people are the best. I love crotchety old people. I get it. I'm already pretty sick of a lot of things. I worked too much retail. I'm pretty jaded, and I can only imagine when I get older, when I'm twice the age I am now, I'm going to be so crotchety. I'm going to be so cranky, and I'm going to deserve to be. You know what I mean? So he says, I thought the limit was a year for the suspends. I think it might depend on the card, because each of them, one of mine does have something on there, but the rest of them don't. So, yeah. And I did not even realize that Mel misspelled crotchety in the first place, so. And then Jess says, I saw the post on Facebook and everyone was saying it still needed a lot of work. So then you volunteered to beta read. That's just very kind of you. Especially I'm assuming then it's an indie author. So just making sure that she kind of has, or they have resources. So that's very nice. I like that. All right. I think, oh, let's go one more for Jamie. Our library is leaning more to Hoopla instead of Libby, so we have fewer Libby books available. When I move to start my bookstore, I'll live in a different county and can tap into their library too. I actually, I use multiple libraries, so I have my local library. I have the Twin Cities Library in Minnesota is available to anyone with a Minnesota address. And then I also do Harris County Public Library and Broward County. Broward County is like the best one. It's in Florida. You can pay, I think it's like $40 a year for access, which I'm more than happy to pay. $40 seems like a really good deal. And when I look up books, if a book exists outside of Audible, because you know how Audible has that exclusivity clause, if a book exists outside of Audible, then they have it. So I really, really like that. There's like a light reflection coming from somewhere in my office and it's all on me. But yeah, so I really like that they always have what I'm looking for, even if my library doesn't. So I highly recommend looking at out-of-state ones. There's also the Queer Liberation Libraries nationwide. There's a couple other libraries that will let you get cards. I like that. And Jamie says, it's not as if I ever run out of books to listen to so far anyway. For anybody who's not familiar with Jamie reads hella books. I don't know how to extrapolate further on that, but literally Jamie reads hella books. Jamie, if you feel like it, tell us how many currently approved but not read books you have on NetGalley. I know it might not be as many as Molly, but still. So, all right. So we are going to go into another sprint, and it is currently 2 p.m. my time. I think we might do the thing is, I have to end this stream before 6 p.m. my time. I have to take like a little bit of a break from it because it will kick me off. It will not let me. So maybe this is put your answer in the chat. Our options are either we make this our last sprint for this stream, and then I will schedule another stream to start probably at like 5 p.m. Central. So this one would wrap up right around 4 p.m. And then I would just restart another one an hour later. Or I think I could maybe fit 2 more sprints on this stream and then, an hour wait, etc. So let me know in the comments what you would prefer. I'm really open to either. My plan is reading all day. So it doesn't matter a whole lot to me. But based on your answer, on what you guys think, I will go ahead and just make sure that I get the next one scheduled so that links and stuff are available. So biggest thing is that I have to stop and then restart again. My husband also gets home in about an hour and a half. Mel says, I think making this one the last sprint would be easier and giving her a break. I know several of you have been on for a long time with me too. Right now we're right at about the 8-hour mark. Lizzie says making this one the last sprint probably be easier. Sounds good. What I will do is we will pull that banner away and put up last sprint banner. There we go. Cool. We'll make this the last sprint coming up here. Jimmy says, I have not moved the new ones into the give feedback section yet, so that count is at 491. Oh, my heart. Currently over 500, but plan to focus on arcs. So mini arc readathon January 1st through 3rd to catch up. You should talk to Dee Dee so that you can talk to her about March Madness. Yes, so that's what you knew. Christina says, last year sprinting again. Yes, I'm going to do one more sprint on this current stream, and then I have to end the stream and start a new one because YouTube has a limit of 12 hours. So I just have to make sure that I don't go above that 12-hour mark. And Jamie's not seeing a lot of new arcs lately. I would agree. I think a lot of publishers are not posting their arcs until into January. Yeah. March Madness. So Dee Dee's got March Madness, and I know that there's a mini weekend in January. So Dee Dee and or Christina probably has things about that. So yeah, we will do one more sprint on this stream, and then while we sprint here, I will get the link for the next stream up so that we can hop to that one afterward. So let's go ahead and I will get this bad boy back up here. Christina, no, they're not scheduled yet because I didn't know what time I'd be ending. So now that I do, I will get the next one scheduled and get the link into the chat. All right, we will start this 90 minutes, and I will see y'all in an hour and a half. All right, welcome back. All right. I finished Persepolis and I'm, I don't know, like 50 pages into Fruits Basket. I will say one thing about manga is, damn, those transitions, they go fast. I feel like I turn a page and I'm like, did I miss 3 pages of stuff? And I'm not as good as at picking up on like a lot of details between scenes, because sometimes it's very subtle in the background. So that's something that I kind of have to like get back into the swing of for manga. So I struggle with that a little bit, but it's really cute so far. I like a little light little romancy story, so I'm happy about that. I definitely will get this finished today, and then I'll start on my little novellas. I have 2 of them that are like high priority. I really need to get them done. There's 2 of them that I think I'm going to hold off on, so I definitely want to get Not So Straight Up and Denge Boy read today. And then because this one is part of Reindeer Readathon, I got to get this one done. And then Denge Boy is a HRCYED priority. And then the other 2 I probably will hold off on. One is Convenience Store Woman, and the other is This Is How You Lose the Time War. People tell me I'm going to cry a lot at this one. So these 2 I might hold off on. But then there's another book called Holiday Love that I have the arc for. And I'm like, it's going to be such a quick read. It's like 300 pages. It's just a holiday romance. And I have a feeling that it will just be so quick. So I might finish Fruits Basket, do those 2 novellas, and then try to start Holiday Love by the time I'm done with my 24 hours, however late I stay up. So let's check in on some comments before we end the stream. So we will be ending this stream shortly here. And then I've scheduled the next one to start at 4:30. I might hop on a little early, but my husband's about to, he literally just got home. So want to be able to say hi to him, take a little break before I start the next one. But that's kind of the plan, what we'll do. So, so first, Jean popped in. Hey, Jean, how are you? Welcome. Yeah, I say ending the stream. We're not like ending the stream. We're just popping on to a new one. We're taking a little bit of a break, but hello, welcome in. Lizzie hides my eyes from the arcs. Yeah, Jamie's arc list is extensive. And the problem is that Jamie tells you all these good things about all of their arcs. So you have a very big list that you're paying attention to. Glenda says, Lexi, Brooklyn, and Ati are sprinting tonight. They are indeed. I'm going to keep going just because I got to finish out my 24 hours. So I'm going to read as late as I can tonight, and we'll see how that goes. Hello to Jean and Jamie from Glenda. I did put pinned the link to the next stream. Again, I scheduled that for in just 1 hour from now. I will probably start it a little bit early, but just wanted to take a little bit of a break in between them. So Glenda says hello to Lizzie, and Lizzie says hi back. Oh, Megan's here. Hello, Megan. How are you? How's it going? I don't think Paula had any sprints today, so no games. Glenda is reading the Griffin Sisters' Greatest Hits by Jennifer Weiner. Excellent. I know Elena hopped off to go to their sprints as well. So I know that they are sprinting right now as well. They started, I think, 45 minutes ago. Jamie finished the Berry Pickers and started Green Lights by Matthew McConaughey. I think I had a free copy of Green Lights somewhere at some point. Because Matthew McConaughey is always at my work conference every year. He is real good friends with my industry main company CEO. So, yeah. Lizzie said, I've had to flip back pages and reread the manga. You finished volume 4 and are 50 pages into volume 5. Very nice. Yeah, I definitely like already in the first like 50 pages, I was like, I feel like there's 2 pages that maybe got flipped. Like they should have been in the opposite. It was like scene ended, 2 pages, and then it picked up at that scene. But those 2 pages belonged to the scene after that. So that was a little confusing, but that does happen. It does happen for me reading manga. Jamie says, I loved Convenience Store Woman and I enjoyed This Is How You Lose the Time War. Convenience Store Woman, I was actually at a stationery store called Ume in Minneapolis this weekend. And they didn't like sell, they weren't like a bookseller, but they had just like a couple of books throughout the store. And I read the synopsis of it. It's super short. And I've worked so much retail. It just sounded like it'll really resonate with me. So I think I'm going to like it. And then I've heard just such amazing things about This Is How You Lose the Time War. I didn't realize it was so short, and that cover is gorgeous. So I'm a sucker for that. Christina says, thank you for hosting this part. And you got the next on the Bible. Thank you so much, Christina. Jamie says, I might try to do an ARC and a print book for each prompt of boot camp. That sounds amazing, but it also sounds like so much. So I'm more power to you. I could not. In case anyone is not familiar, if you're newer to BookTube, Christina has posted the link here. This is a link that you are probably going to want to bookmark because this is the BookTube Bible. This is every sprint that Christina knows of. And Christina, if anyone's going to know him, it's her. Goes in here. Same with things like readathon and events that are happening. So you're ever looking for something to watch or wondering what's going on, this has it. So go ahead and bookmark that link. It's a really good one to have. And also reminders to hydrate yourself, take a stretch. That's what I'm going to do next. And also please subscribe. That'd be great. Rosalie's almost done with Song of Spores, and next we'll start a manga collection called I Had That Same Dream Again. Excellent. Very cool. And Glenda got to page 241 of Griffin Sisters' Greatest Hits. So lots and lots of progress made today. So I am going to keep reading a little bit of this, but we're going to pause, end this stream. The link is pinned in the comments, wherever the comments are, this way, I'm not sure. But if you want to hop on those ones, I'll probably aim to hop in there. I don't know. My goal will be like 4:30 at the latest, but I think I'll probably hop on there within the next like half an hour or so. So yeah, but that 4:30 is just like my commitment time. So I'll hop on there as soon as I can. But I will see you all in a little while. And yeah, I hope if I don't see you again, I hope you have a great rest of your day. So we will see you soon, friends. Bye.